Good morning and welcome to this week's last stream, and I'm probably not going to do anything different today but continue implementing this attribute system, which has spilled over a little bit into an item system, and I'm just going to mix modeling and programming. So let's see. At the end of last stream, so yesterday's stream, I was in the process of modeling some cherries. So I'm just gonna finish that one off and implement it in game, and then we can maybe move on. Okay, so this is pretty much what we had. Game Dev Rick, how are you doing? You are using enums for storing different attribute. We can use scriptable objects for that. I'm actually using scriptable objects, I think. Or I'm actually using scriptable objects. I think this is what you mean. So my attributes are defined by something called attribute type, which is a scriptable object. So this is the smallest possible particle of my attribute system, pretty much. Did I understand you correctly, Game Dev Rick? And good morning, by the way. Yeah, I think when I started streaming last week, or the first stream this year, was about implementing this one. And it was a choice between going with an enum solution or a scriptable object solution, and the chat was pretty split on which approach would be best, but it eventually converged to this one. Good morning, Star Platinum, and if you're in school you shouldn't be watching this. I think, unless you're on a break, then it's cool. Okay, so I'm just gonna finish up this cherry here, and or maybe I should say finishing up this cherry is the first task of today's stream. I think this looks pretty good. I think the shape is nice. It's quite distinct from the apple right now. It's just this one I'm not too sure about, if I'm gonna be honest. Not a big fan of how it currently looks. But I can't really say what's bothering me about it. Could possibly be that it's just a tiny bit too thin. And I want to model it in such a way that it's possible to spawn multiple cherries. So when I spawn a cherry in the game world, I would like to be able to spawn them with 1, 2, or 3 stems like this. Or 1, 2, or 3 cherries like this. I do wonder, however, Maybe this will do actually. And then you gotta worry about... So it's a few constraints should be defined. So for instance, when we generate these, we want to have a minimum rotation between them and so on. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this and see if I can make the generation look good. Because the idea is to pull this down like this. Let's see. Probably need one of... let's just begin with this. So I'm quickly gonna unwrap it, add it to here, and we'll see how it looks in game. Woolly Dev, good morning. How are you doing today? And Dabby Duck of 420, good morning. How are you doing today? Game Dev Rick, we can use script to dynamically spawn cherry in game using scripts. Yes, that is the idea, and eventually I think it's going to be glorious. So cherry color, it's more towards purple, right? Ooh, like this. maybe. Best I Can Be got shot in December. Twitch has honestly saved my life. What the fuck? Dude, I wish you a speedy recovery. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, Twitch is amazing. All around amazing. I want to try if we go with a specular a little bit. So instead of 0.9 or 90, we go with 80. I just want to see how this looks in game at the end. So something like that. I'm not too sure about this color of cherries, to be honest. Might want to go a bit darker. Definitely. I want it more red, I think. Ooh, now we're getting somewhere. Maybe. Yeah, let's try that one. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm just gonna go with light green, so pear color for my cherry. I would love for this one to update accordingly. Woolly Dev, do you have any reading or content to recommend to learn how to code on Unity as well as structured as yours? Oh, first of all, thank you. I think mine could be better, but I do recognize that it's mostly nice structured, so thank you. Do I have any good reading or content related to that? It's hard to pinpoint because I'm coming from so I didn't start software development by doing games. Let me think on that one. I might find something, but I can't answer that question like right now. Okay, let's see about this one. I just want to need to vertex paint it as well. Okay, let's see how this would look in game. Cherry with E, right? But I don't want to name it cherry, so cherry part maybe, because it's just part of the final cherry. So this one is actually going to be so this one is going to use the game object spawner component that got implemented yesterday, but it's going to use it twice. Once for generating cherries and once for generating leaves. So let's see here. When I want to create a item consumable cherry, I want to first define a cherry part prefab, and then we're gonna define an item consumable cherry. So let's see here. Yeah, let's just take the model first of all. Cherry part. Looks okay. I think. Ooh, do like the red here. Like the shading on it as well. A little bit. This green it's too bright, way too bright. I mean, most of these colors might actually be a little bit too bright, if I'm gonna be honest. Might want to make this smaller as well. I wonder if it's just my directional light that is a bit too intensive. But I mean 0.8, 1, 0.8, maybe. Anyway, let's see. So this is just going to be a cherry part. This is not going to be the actual consumable. And so we have cherry mesh renderer. So I want to add a collider to this one as well. Capsule. Is this good enough? Maybe. Yeah, this one is good, I think. So this is a cherry part. Let's call it item consumable cherry. I'm gonna call it cherry part, or just part prefab. And let's see, let's copy this apple and unpack. We're gonna have a rigid body. Capsule collider, no. Game object spawner, yes. I'm gonna keep it like this. So this is the leaf here. Okay, so this one spawns the leaves. Consumable instance, we're just gonna keep this the same as for the apple and the pear. But I do want to add an additional game object spawner because we're gonna spawn some additional cherries. So one more of those. Number of objects to spawn, 1 to 3. The object to spawn is just cherry part. Spawn points is just going to be leaf spawn point. Actually, when it comes to the cherry, yeah, first of all I want to remove the apple mesh, or the mesh filter component and the mesh renderer component. So remove component. And when it comes to the both the leaf, the spawn points for the leaves and the spawn point for the cherry parts, probably just gonna go with, we don't need an additional transform here. We can just use this one. Yes. And then we get to various position and variance scale and variance rotation. When it comes to variance in position, I'm gonna keep this at vector 0. Variance in rotation, however, that's another. So variance in Y, let's just go minus 180, 80. Variance in X and Z, minus 10, 10. Let's start with that. And variance in scale, would like to have an option to make this uniform. So game object spawner, or rather force it to be uniform. Variance scale. Range vector. Where do I want to force it? It would be nice to have a boolean here, but it feels a bit excessive as well. Variance scale, it's pretty much going to control. Ooh, actually, we're gonna do it like this. public vector 3 random based on x, or x random based on x. Yeah, let's go that way. So then we just do x dot random multiplied by vector 3 1. Which means that when we generate these, when we do a random value, we can base it on just one of all the attributes for this range vector. I think that's nice. But then again, don't know about this, but bool uniform variance scale. What's up, Max? What's up, gamer? How are you doing today? Uniform variance scale. Because when we do local scale here, I want to do so it's basically this one I want to decide. I'm doing great. How you doing? I'm also doing great. It's Friday, got some kind of flow going on. It's good. Yeah, let's keep it like this for now, but I'm not certain this is how I want to keep it. Because what I want to do then is uniform variance scale. If it's true, I just want to return random based on x here, otherwise random. Like this. So then in variance scale here, we can do 0.9 and 1.1 and might just lock it. Although No. It's dirty to have this setting out here. This one shouldn't really care about that, so should probably put it in range vector. Definitely. But then again, Public bool uniform. Also maybe not the best solution, but a little bit prettier at least. So we can move this one here. It's false by default. You stream often. I feel like this is the first time I've caught your stream. Well, I wouldn't say I stream often, or I didn't stream often, but I have a goal of 2024 to stream more often. So the plan is to stream every weekday this whole year, unless something unforeseen happens. So around 9 a.m. Central European time is usually when I go live on Monday through Fridays. Yeah. Uniform. Yeah, we have uniform here. Not a big fan of this one either, to be honest, so might want to fix that one later on as well. Uniform to do, figure out a cleaner way. It's just that when it comes to generating these cherries, so when it comes to the leaves, I'm okay with a variance scale between the X, Y, and Z direction. So I'm okay that the Z direction is scaled 1.1 and the Y direction is scaled 0.8. For a leaf, that's okay. But for a cherry, for this object specifically, it will just look weird if, I don't know, X is 1.1 and Z is 0.8. Like, I'm not buying that. So would much rather making it uniform. Alright. So that's it for variance scale. Spawn with this as parent. Yes, randomized spawn points is not implemented yet, so that one doesn't matter. Okay, let's see if it works. Hopefully it does. I maybe should copy. Let's go with multiple ones. Okay, so the leaf, there's a tiny bit of a problem with the leaves. When we generate those, they usually get offset for some reason. Okay, let's take a look at one of these. Yeah, okay, so there's definitely a few problems. Origin seems off. Okay, so they seems to be spawning on the same. Let's see here. I thought the origin was up here. I'm gonna have to check that out. Leaves. Something is off. The leaves are spawning correctly, and I would like these parts to be spawning around here and rotate around this one. So I thought, yeah, we have this as origin, so yeah, let's take a look. Cherry part. Ooh, we have some. Cherry part prefab. Let's go 0 0 0 0 1 1. So if I add one of those parts to this one now. Why is the origin down here? Wait, yes, I'm a little bit tired, so this is my mistake. So even though we have it placed like this, the origin is still here. So object, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. There we go. That explains it. Cherry part. There we go. So now we should get a nice... it's still going to be a problem. We don't have any constraints on the object spawner, game object spawner. So we might actually get one cherry that generates like this. Ooh, need to fix the this one as well. But we might have one cherry that spawns like this, and then we might have one cherry that spawns like this. Don't want that. So instead should be some form of constraints that, so given the last random rotation, the next random rotation we generate can't be within X degrees of that one, and so on. And then I also want to probably need some form of stem here as well, but it doesn't look too bad. Cupcake Unleashed, love the name, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So, let's see how the generation looks. One thing. Looks a little bit better, but I do need to fix the... capsule collider. So I'm just gonna remove it and add it back again and let Unity generate it correctly. So this is good, this is fine. Could actually go 2.6. Nah, it's too big. But could probably go with 24, 25, 24, 5. Okay. Okay, we got this problem with one of the leaves, but Looks pretty good otherwise. And we got this, so this one got spawned a little bit too close. I do wonder, however, why which one was it? Do wonder. So if we take a look at the leaves for this one, okay, so it is this one. We have two leaves here, right? One of them is extremely... the offset of this one is weird. What's happening here? But it seems to be, so the origin is still here, right? But the... okay, so right now the leaves are cloth simulations, which probably won't be the case later down the road because it's not very optimized, but I would like to keep it like that for now because I just like how it looks. Makes me happy, you know. So that's why I want to fix this problem. So the origin seems to be correct, it's just that the actual cloth simulation gets simulated in the wrong way, or in the wrong... extremely weird. Leaf 0, so this one is correct. Leaf 1, this one is correct as well. So what is the cause of the offset here? Is it a scale problem? Is it a scale problem? Nah, it exaggerates it, but it's probably not the cause of it. Use gravity. Should be okay. So is it always leaf 1? That is the question. This is leaf 1. We have one other fruit, like apple. Okay, this one has two leaves as well. Leaf 0 is okay, but leaf 1 is not. Is it always leaf 1? It seems to be. At least from this small sample group. So let's take a look at this one again. Oops, not opening the model I mean, but opening the prefab. I don't know what this is about. Ooh, something is messed up here. 0.02. Ooh, okay. I'm pretty sure I changed this. Must have just forgot to save, I suppose. Okay, so this explains it. The cloth constraints are not set up correctly. So it's okay. So I want to go. This one should be 0. .02. Yeah. Looks okay in certain cases, I suppose. Fuck, I would love to just implement some quick and dirty way for the character to actually pick up some of these objects. Would be nice. Maybe. And I do like the... I think I like the specular value of 0.8 instead of 0.9. But okay, these get generated pretty nicely. I do like the look of this cherry. So this one, a little bit too heavy maybe. Mass 0, what happens? Okay, drag. Fuck it, 10. Guess we have this problem as well. Could probably be easily be fixable by just including this capsule colliders in the cloth simulation. I don't know if that's something I want to do or not. Nah, I'm okay with this. That looks pretty good, to be honest. do want to add some constraints though. Panosa, what's up? How are you doing today? Where can I buy these big cherries? Dude, I would like to know as well. They do look nice though, right? Yeah, it looks pretty good. Wow, I want to develop a zero gravity game now. I'm good as well. I probably don't even need to add an additional stem model part, I don't think. This looks good. I love the UI clipping with the I love when UIs are like when in-game. Okay, so first of all we have the in-game part causing shadows on the UI. Lovely little effect. Probably not what I'm gonna go with later on, but I do love when objects in the world are actually like this. That's nice. The leaves moving in independently is such a nice touch. Yeah, I think so as well. Unfortunately, it's currently done with cloth simulation. That's pretty expensive, but you know. The collision object for the cherry, isn't that just a cone? Okay, so right now the leaves themselves, they don't have any colliders, and the collision for the cherries are just capsules like this. So the leaves actually don't collide with anything. The cloth simulation is only based on gravity and previous position, I suppose. Or that's to simplify it a bit. The leaf animations are based on a cloth simulation, but the input to that cloth simulation is not collision right now, if that makes any sense. It should be possible to get a decent effect just with some dampened spring oscillation, right? Yeah, I think so. So something I used for... I don't know if it's possible to show it right now, but let's see if I can do it. Actually, let's do... edit script. So some form of spring implementation, definitely. The question is just... I tried to implement my... Let's see if I can get this to work. Start apparel. Probably gonna get some clipping now as well. Okay, let's see if this works without any problems. Okay, we do have a problem with the hat and some clipping, but so the idea, or I did something similar with the hat of the character, and initially I tried to. These fucking texts are too big. Definitely need to fix those. But initially I tried to there we go. Because I wanted the rim of the hat to move. Like when the character walked, I wanted the rim to do something like this. So that is pretty much my experience with the Unity spring system. So I tried to go with the Unity spring system for this as well, but I always got this. I had this problem that, so the Unity spring system was pretty much physics based, and my character. Well, let's see here how it can. For some reason, the spring iterations and the character movement iterations, there was a delay between them, so I couldn't get it to work and be visually appealing at the same time. So for this hat, I had to implement a custom spring system. Don't I have it somewhere here? Could it be here? Yeah, so a custom spring constraint. Yeah, it was a little bit weird. It was just some delay because I had some constraint on this hat that the Unity springs just couldn't handle, I think. But yeah, might explore adding or implementing the leaves with some spring system next week. Either going with the custom solution or trying the Unity springs again. But yeah, it should definitely be able to control the leaves with something of this sort, and definitely right that it's way cheaper. Although, yeah, it's not gonna look as good. But yeah. But okay, so one more thing I want to do related to the cherries before we move on to the next task is I want to add a constraint such that this can never happen. So I don't want my cherries to be spawning in each other's. Do I need to fix this? Nah, it's okay. How does it look in game? Nah, it's okay, it's okay. But yeah, I don't want the cherries to spawn so they are clipping with each other. It should be quite easy to fix. Or it shouldn't be too hard to fix at least. So game object spawner would like to add some constraints here. So it's this one. We're gonna clean this up a bit. So vector 3 Generated position. Generated rotation. Oh yeah. Generated position, generated rotation, generated scale. Although I wonder, okay, how do I want to define this constraint? One way that it could be done is, so the first that gets generated is completely random, so that one takes the full range. The next one gets generated relative to the previously generated rotation and adds a variance that has a minimum value of the constraint value. But then you also have to check if we go above 360, we might have the same problems. I don't know if Unity has a module on floats. I think it does, or something similar to Angle at least. Yeah. Basically want to generate There's a few approaches to this. I'm just wondering which one would be the nicest. So it's basically like this. Let's see here. So if we start with a let's assume that we start with a span of let's go minus 180 and 180, and then the first one gets generated with an angle of, so A1 gets generated with an angle of, I don't know, 60, and constraint is set to with constraint of 20. So something can't be generated within 20 degrees of something that is already generated. That means that the constraint now, or constraint range, is equal to minus 180 minus 180 and up to 40, and to up to 180, right? So if this is the initial constraint, or the initial rotation variation, and we have a constraint of 20 degrees between objects, the first one gets generated like this, then the second one can only be generated between this and this. So basically, yeah, the object needs to be generated between this or this. As long as we only have one other object, you can always put this in a way of one in range instead. So you could rewrite CR as what is it? Or you could write maybe not. Or no, it should definitely be possible. Just the other way around, basically. So minus minus 180 and 180 is the same. Go from 100. So could you do minus 280 in 1 and 40? 240. I think so. But we're gonna have multiple objects, so if we have two spawned objects, this won't be possible. Would be very nice if you could exclude from here Unity engine random. I don't know how that would actually be implemented though. Beautiful. Dude. Nice. Yeah, there probably doesn't exist like a nice solution to do this. It's probably gonna be a little bit dirty. With some if and else's. I mean, you could always do the most straightforward option is probably, so when you generate the second point, you check, is this one inside something or within the constraint? If so, just add the constraint basically. So we generate one object, and then when we generate the second one, we check the returned value here, compare it to the previously generated one. If the difference is between or below this one, we just either add this one or just try and generate it again. But yeah. What's up on Kerr? And trying to generate a set of points on a circle, but the points can't be too close to each other. So I guess the most straightforward way to do it is generate the first point and then we just walk from there. So the next point we generate is from that point plus minus something. But that's going to you could use sinus and cosinus, then iterate over the angles. The idea is basically we have this is just a component for spawning multiple objects in a randomized way with some variance, or based on a rule set of variance. So we spawn it on a position, or we spawn it based on spawn points as well, but with variance in both position, rotation and scale. And when it comes to the variance in rotation, we just don't want two objects to be spawned with a similar variance in rotation, basically. But I think the best way to do this is actually, so the first object is wherever it... 1 second. We also have the introduction of different spawn points. So this constraint should, if we change the spawn points, we no longer care about the constraint. Okay. This is a nice problem. You could work with temporary arrays, temporary lists. And that's probably something. That's probably something that needs to be done. Yeah, basically, let's see here on Cur. I can show you real quick. So this game object spawner component is going to be used for a lot of things, but right now, or just in this case, we use it to generate these cherries. And cherries consists of multiple subparts. So this one consists of 2 different subparts. And these are the ones that are randomly generated. And I'm just trying to alter this component in such a way that the angle between 2 cherries is not so small that clipping occurs, basically. Hope that makes it a little bit clearer, because you can see we have clipping here. So if this generation would happen, I would like for this one to be offset a tiny bit, like this maybe. Although, I mean, it doesn't look it looks kind of bad with them being with the clipping. Would love to fix, let's see here. Could also, just because, fix the yeah, it's a little bit tricky, at least if I want to do it in a semi-nice way. But yeah. I don't think we're gonna get away from needing to keep track of the previously spawned points, if I'm gonna be honest, or the previously spawned objects and their rotations. Let's see, somebody has had the same problem. Maybe not relative to game programming, but let's see here. Generate random rotations around axis. But not too close. Ah. Let's do generate random points on circle with minimum distance. Minimum distance. that is a certain distance away from the center. That's easy. Oh, I wouldn't say easy, but that's not what we're looking for, and it seems a little bit simpler than this. You generate random points with a minimum distance from an origin point. Ooh. Put random points in a square region while maintaining a minimum distance. Yeah, definitely. Finite amount of space you have based on how big the collision is. Yeah, definitely. I have a square region of size AA containing real number n random points. Great problem. Related to this problem, but not exactly the same. Yeah. Yeah, so this was something similar to what I was mentioning previously. So storing the previously generated rotations, and when we generate a new rotation, we check against those and move it accordingly. You could make a multiple configurations with bit of tolerance than reach one individually. I'm not sure I follow. Then rotate them individually. Yeah. Now, I think the easiest way to do this actually is... Fuck it. So, number of objects to spawn. This one always, so if it gets generated to two items were always spawned. But by implementing a constraint here to rotation now, that's not going to hold true anymore. And remember, this one is varying, so for one object it might be between minus 180 and 180, so a full circle. But for other objects it might just be between minus 10 degrees and 10. So that's something that needs to be thought about as well. When we go to spawn points here, I don't care about spawn points right now, it's just rotation. And we need to keep track of rotation per game object or per spawn point as well. So it would be variance rotation Euler. Okay, so let's see if I can just bring up do some drawings here, if what I'm trying to do makes any sense. So basically the component defines an arc or a rotation. So let's just care about rotation in one direction now. That's the issue as well. We have a rotation in 3 different... dude. Because remember, I don't want to add a constraint here that just works for this specific case. I would like it to work with multiple different cases. So if it was just for one direction or one axis, then I would do something like this. So the arc is defined by something like this. Min, or just min rotation and max rotation. And the easy thing would be to, when we generate the first object, we generate a random float between min and max, so we might get here. So then when we generate the next random value between here, we just exclude this part, and we also take, so the constraint, let's see that it's 10 degrees, so about here. So we also exclude this part. So the next object we generate it with a rotation between this one and this one. Makes sense, right? So then we will never get 2 objects overlapping, at least not on this axis. But if we introduce more axes, it gets a little bit murky. But this is pretty cool. So variance rotation Euler, what that one basically does is, or what that one defines are, so if we have a unit sphere, that one basically defines the angle in this direction. So it's pretty much defines a square on the unit angle unit sphere that we're gonna use, or where we're gonna generate points. Can I work with this? Which makes this problem into this problem basically. Although our square is on a curved surface. And yeah, there weren't very good answers here, or I mean, maybe it's the best answers there is, but And I mean, you could have this problem as well. So the generation in the Z-axis gets generated like this. So just barely misses collision. But then the rotation on the Y direction makes them clip. So maybe the best option is just to check collisions. Does this generated subpart collide with... But I don't want to do that either. Good morning, Ferda. How are you doing today? I mean, most of the time the collisions or the clipping isn't too bad, but sometimes, in few cases, it is. I'm good. Yeah, we started off as a fruit modeling stream. Now we're a fruit generation stream, or generating stream. So this one right here, this one is too much. Like this one I can buy, that's not too much. This is way too much. Am I gonna have to do this with colliders? Range, uniform, range factor. Okay, let's see. XYZ range, min max. Could do it in such a way that you have to be more specific during the setup phase. So for instance, you could define could probably make this into a list. So like for the first object, this range. For the second object, the next range, and so on. Although maybe not too bad. Maybe not too bad. So it could be something like variance rotation. Let's just do it for this one to begin with. Variance rotation, and then we do variance rotation Euler. Yeah, let's keep it. So in here something like int I modulus, what is it? Yeah, and I want this one to be an actually. Variance rotation, so let's see here, if it's 0 and 1, then it's 0, if it's 1, 1, then it's 0, if it's 0 and 2, so this should about do it, right? And then just vector 3 generated rotation. But you know, I don't know. Who did I remove? Yeah, let me just check that one on the repository. So that would be something like this, but variance rotation Euler. Yeah. So this way, constraints are added to the generation phase. So a little bit more setup needs to be done, but with the correct setup, you would avoid all overlap. Just need game object spawner, need to fix variance rotation here. So when it comes to the cherry, let's see. Then we can do, so for the cherry part, we can do number of objects to spawn between 1 and 3. But then again, this, if you do it like this, fuck me. Then you probably want to generate the first like, if you just keep it like this, if something that uses game object spawner, if the number of objects to spawn range between 1 and 3, like in this case, and we get 2, then every object will only, like every generated object with 2 spawned game objects will always look kind of similar, because they will never use the third variance rotation setup with the current implementation, that is. Could probably fix that as well, but you could do it like this. Okay, so let's see here. Let's add 3 of these. And let's just go -10 and 10 for both of these, for all of them. And then for the first one, we can go between -180 and, so wait, what do we have? 360 divided by 3, 120, and then let's remove 20. So let's go between 170 and 120, right? And then 110 minus no, actually. So minus, okay, we divide one full circle 360 degrees divided by 3, so 120 each. Then I want a padding of 20 between them, so 10 on each side. So minus 170 minus 70 right, And then we go minus 60 and 60. That's 120 actually. 40. Almost. Oh yeah, because we need to go minus 50 here, 50 there, and 70, 170. So these three setups, they don't overlap, at least not in the Y direction. And to exclude the case I previously mentioned, we could do initially randomize this one as well. So number of objects to spawn, or int. Let's go with variance start index for now. Is equal to random dot range between 0 and okay, it's starting to become a little bit messy here, but variance start index plus y, and then we do variance index modulus this one, right? Yeah, let's see if we get any errors and any overlap. Like 20 degrees between the cherries might be a bit too optimistic as well, but whatever. That looks pretty good. We don't get any leaves just yet because I forgot to fix that one. So it's this one, variance, rotation, Euler's. What was it? Minus 20, 20. I don't care about the leaves. They have my permission to overlap how much they choose. However much they choose. Okay, so that's good. Do we have any randomization at all right now? Because they seem kinda... There's not much variation, right? Ooh, actually, and we do have a little bit of an overlap here. Okay, this might work. So this overlap is just at the edge of how much I would be okay with. So might as well go and do, yeah, let's change it all for all of them. So it would be, let's go minus 160, minus 60, minus minus 160, minus 80, minus 40, 40, and 80, 160. Just a bit more constraint. Yeah. It looks pretty good. Okay, so before I continue, I'm just gonna take a quick break, get something very small to eat, and cook myself another cup of tea. So I'll be right back around 5 minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. But okay, so I think in this case the generation for the cherries is... I'm okay with that one. So I guess we could move on to something else. Or something similar, but something else. Just need to actually create this as a prefab as well. Okay, what do we have in the way of tasks? Before I close down Blender for today, I might want to add some stems to my leaves as well. What's up, Cypher? How are you doing today? Have you seen these extremely nice cherries? Be right back, 1 sec. Okay, back. Yeah, they are pretty nice. And there's a little bit of variation to them as well. Let's see. Spent all morning fixing my PC, was not fun. Nah, can't imagine. But hopefully it's all fixed now, right? I think they look good. Very nice. A little... Nah, they're actually... It looks good from far away as well. Could probably clean up the colliders a tiny bit, but whatever. Yep, touching wood for you. Do I need... let's add a tiny bit of stem to the leaves as well. I think... Let's see. Or actually, let's do this first. So pair, let's open this one up. Let's see. I'm thinking about altering the colliders such that this stem here is not included. And then we can also add the colliders in question to the cloth simulation, maybe. Game object spawner. So the objects get spawned in a wake. I wonder if it's good enough to add the colliders to the cloth component in in the start function. Let's try it. So let's alter this one a tiny bit. So height is probably something like that for the pair. Company I work at just got sold to. Damn, exciting times. Like positively exciting times or negatively exciting times? Hopefully positive, yeah. Ah, nice. Might as well go with a... yeah. Remove component, add sphere collider. Fuck, not the best one, but yeah, whatever. Doesn't close till 2025, so I got time to buy all the shares. Yeah, good luck. What's up, devs buyers? Hope your stream went well, and thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. So we're basically still doing the same things we did yesterday when you raided. So developing an attribute system and modeling fruit. I guess this collider will have to do for this one. Ooh, and when it comes to cherry, it's the cherry part that has the collider. So this collider is not that nice. How would a compound collider do it here? So if we go with what the fuck, two colliders for such a small object, that's a bit too much. Let's just keep it like this for now. And then I would like to implement some component that is also MISC, I think. Tools, structs, spawners, extension, constraints. I want to implement a component that is basically on start or on awake, it checks for cloth component. And on fruit generation, I basically want to check what colliders is making up this fruit, and then I want to add them to capsule colliders and sphere colliders here. Ooh, where do I want to keep this one? Extensions. Designers. Is that how you spell it, or is it double S? Assign. Nah, it's not double S, right? Assign. Cloth colliders. So require component type of cloth first of all. And I'm gonna do it in start actually, because I want all the generation to be done, and I need some setup here. Collider search rules, maybe. Check parent. Public bool check children, and public bool check parent children. So I can do this. Let's say these two can never be done. If we do both of these, we will get an overlap. So this component is basically going to do, if check parent is true, it's going to do let's do list. What is it? Sphere colliders and capsule colliders, correct. Let's see. Capsule colliders and sphere colliders. Your keyboard sounds difficult to type on. Damn, that's one of the weirdest disses I've got in a while. But when you like, actually, When you mention it, it kind of is. Low. Do you have any examples of low profile keyboards? I'm intrigued. And it's actually way past due that I do get a new keyboard. This one is from... Wow, this keyboard must be from... I bought it at DreamHack 2010. So this profile is actually, or this keyboard is actually, Jesus Christ, closing in on 14 years. Okay, let me check that one. Corsair K100. Very cool. Let's see. Okay, so when you say low profile, super pricey, 3K, or yeah, that's Swedish crowns, so $300 maybe. Yeah, so what is low profile? What do you mean by low profile? I don't... This looks anything but low profile. This is OPX though. Is that the same? That's not the Air. Okay, Air. Let's go. Okay, a little bit more low profile. So you're talking about this. Low shallow keys basically. Ah, okay. Meh. Low shallow keys, that's what I'm using on my laptop. I'm not a big fan of it. Yeah, exact, laptop style kinda. Yeah. Let's see if I can find... I was looking up some keyboard I wanted to buy recently. But I do agree, this one looks nice. It's just low profile, not a big fan. The Corsair software, yeah, what is up with that? Why do... It's like when I bought my new mouse, comes with some software, like why? I don't care. But yeah, it's time to get a new keyboard, that's for sure. I have a mechanical keyboard on my PC and it's perfect for gaming but impossible to type on. Now I can't think about anything else, that my keyboard is actually quite hard to type on. What the fuck? How am I supposed to work now? Okay. Am I gonna go with a link solution on this one? Yeah, let's do it. So I guess okay, let's do it like this then. What is it called? Append IE numerable. Let's do IE numerable is equal to new list, right? Oh, come on. Append. Add array to list. What's the proper way to do this? Add range. Beautiful. There we go. And okay, let's see. This is check parent. Then I want to do check parent children. It's going to be if check parent children, and so we need to have a parent here as well. I'm gonna check game object again. So as it is now, I could just put this whatever in here with this extra check, but I do want to do else if check children here. And so these two cannot be done simultaneously or in the same component, and that's why I need this if else if. So check parent children, so sphere colliders, but actually let's see here, add range transform dot parent get components in children. This one returns the parents components as well, if I remember correctly, right? Components. the same game object as the component specified and any child of the game object. Okay, so I don't want to do this one and this one actually. So let's just do, and then we have a couple of issues. But I do want to be able to do this. And this. Okay, so this one includes parent plus children. Actually, parent plus parent children. This one should only include children of this object. And this one includes parent. But this one also includes children. So if we do this one, I don't want to do any of the others. So maybe this one should be the first check. And else if we go this one and this one. So but then else if, or just else actually. Oh fuck, this is a mess. So if we do this, I don't care whatever this or this one is set to, because we're checking that. But if we're not doing this, then we might check if, then we might check these. But I want to be able to do both of these, so something like this. And want to do something similar with capsule colliders as well. Okay, something like that, and in the end of this one we hopefully do we have, oh yeah. At the end of this we have two lists that we need to convert to array and set the cloth components collider references to these. So oh yes. Ooh, I remember this one. Fucking hell. Let's see here. I should have remembered this one because this one was pretty interesting actually. So let's take a look at it again. But first, capsule colliders dot to array. So this one, cloth component, Unity. Oops. Scripting. Here we have sphere colliders, but as the name suggests, this is actually not sphere colliders at all. Instead, this is cloth sphere collider pair. And this is wrong, right? Should be sphere colliders here. But anyway, so instead of yeah, so instead of simple sphere colliders here, these are actually cloth sphere collider pair. And that's basically a way to be able to define a let's see here, pair. It's just a way to be able to define a collider like this, so a capsule collider, but where one of the edges is, or where the edges varies in size basically. So you have a sphere with a radius x defining the top of it, and then you have a sphere of radius y defining the bottom of it, and then you also have like the collider part connecting the two. So it's just, I guess this gives a little bit more control when you want to define colliders that are only going to control cloth simulations, which can make it a little bit nicer. Unfortunately, I don't want to define any of those for my fruit. It's a little bit weird. So I'm just gonna go to, what was it, the apple, and once again redefine this one 0.09 as a capsule collider, but with a height of 0, I think, or actually a height of R. Is it? Okay, a height of 0. And 0.9 minus 0.01012. Something like this. And then in cloth colliders we might as well do sphere colliders, capsule colliders. Then again, yeah. Okay, so this component on start, it looks for depending on these, it looks for the relative capsule colliders and adds them to the cloth component. So let's see if we can open this one up, add this one, check parent children. Something like that. This should probably just improve the collision with the fruit itself a little bit. And so this one has a reference to these colliders now, so the leaf should, if we do yeah, the collisions for these are a little bit weird, but still. So now you don't get the leaf hanging up in here, and ooh, for this one we actually have pretty rough clipping between the cherries. I thought that was fixed. That's unfortunate. That's not good at all. We do have intersection with itself as well. That's not good. Probably because of the kind of weird collisions here. But yeah, what worries me the most is... but the Y is actually rotated enough, right? Yeah, it is, but... so this one has... yeah, okay, so this one is -8 here if we go 0. And this one is actually almost 10 if we go 0. Okay, so we might want to minimize those a bit as well. But yeah, that was like a worst possible outcome, almost. Did I remove... Why can't I see my colliders anymore? Let's see. How did I manage to hide these? Okay. So might as well. I wonder if I want to go remove component. Yeah, something like that. That might be a tiny bit better. Aditya Patil, good morning. How are you doing today? Right now I'm just chilling. I'm not working that much. But okay, I think that's as close as or like that is as much as I want to spend on these cherries. And that's not so pretty, but it's hard to get away from. Nice to hear, Aditya. I'm good as well. Okay, so cherries finally done. Rewrite range to utilize T-type. Nah. Fix text size on visual information. This one. Let's try and fix this one, because this issue is driving me insane when I want to select things in my scene. So for instance, let's say we have this. This is not good. Would love to be able to fix that as well. But that's a threshold problem. It's more about needing to, this one needs to depend on distance to camera more, I think. But it's okay. It's okay for now. Can you set a threshold on just the cherry? Unfortunately not with the current implementation. I've been looking into ways of allowing for something like that, but right now, so when I generate the outlines there, it's done by a post-processing effect. So first I generate a normals texture of the scene with one additional data in the alpha, which is segment data. And right now the normals are stored in the RGB channel. I could probably pack it into one channel. So calculate maybe view.n, which would give me a value between -1 and 1. So I just change it from 0 to 1, and then I pack it into R. And if so, then I have the G channel and the B channel to pack additional data. And in those two, I could probably be able to pack object-specific data. So for instance, object-specific thresholds for certain parts of the outline shader. Okay, but yes, so the problem I wanted to fix was the text elements of these. It's extremely big for some reason. Font size is small, width is extremely big. So could probably, after we set the font or the text, could just recalculate this one. So recalculate width and height to about there. Visual information, so it's in set text. Background object, text bounds. So something similar to this, but on the rect transform. I wonder if text object, text mesh pro. Can I get the API or come on. TM Pro, Text Mesh Pro. Auto-size text container determines if the size of the text container will be adjusted to fit the text object when it's first created. Not entirely sure if I know exactly what that documentation is saying, but let's try it. Text object. Auto size text container is equal to true. Could be. Just MK, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciated. Now we're getting something not entirely correct. What are we getting here? It's resized all right, but this one is just will be just to fit the text object when it is first created. So if it gets created with test text, nah. Maybe the height doesn't make any doesn't make much sense though. Or nah, this isn't it. This is not the option. Your shading videos / devlogs are top notch. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, appreciate it. I guess I could just do this. The question is this how I want to do it? So let's just play real quick again so I can check exactly the name of the component. But one way to do this would be text, visual information text. Could just fetch this rect transform and change the width and height. So text object private rect. And then hopefully something like set text dot size delta, the size of the rect transform relative to the distances between the anchors. Not entirely sure. Yeah. Right. Set XY with height. So and actually here we do game object dot transform dot set with Can I change the width like this? No, it's on. Cannot modify. Okay, let's do is equal to new rect. What options do we have? Source, position, size. New vector 3. Let's do come on. Okay, so rect is read only. Change size of a rect transform. Size delta. Yeah, maybe that's size delta is equal to new size. Maybe. Okay, they look how they looked before. Beautiful. Okay, nice. Okay. So this is even including padding. I'm okay with this. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Padding XY. Padding XY should only be the background, that's for sure. So let's do... How would it look if we remove that one, add it to there. Fuck. Not too sure about this. So pretty much the padding is padding, or let's see here. The biggest part of these consists of padding. How could that be? I want to see. Beautiful. Or rather, okay, this is not good. That's not good. Do we have a crash report here? Okay, if it can be reproduced, then I wonder what it is. Do I have a memory leak here? Okay, I'm gonna have to keep that in mind, but the text size on the visual information is fixed for now. Utilize range in attribute. I wonder if that's something I should do. So in attribute, could actually go to attribute type first of all. Min max. Might as well have a range here. So this one. Because then we get lerp, inverse lerp, and clamp, and then we also have, so that's in attribute type, then we also have attribute instance. Min max. We have clamp as well, that's fucking beautiful. Let's see. Attribute type, I wonder if we can do attribute type, public float min max. Bounce. That's global bounce, local bounce, attribute instance, public range bounce. And then here value is equal to math fm clamp. Instead we just do bounce dot clamp value. Instead of all of these, we just do local normalized value. Bounce dot inverse lerp value, right? And here it's type dot bounce inverse lerp. Oh yeah, so here I want to clamp the local values by global, or the local bounds by the global bounds. So the question is clamp. Oh yeah. I don't need that function here. Set bounds attribute instance. So here it would look something like bounds dot set bounds min max. So I might as well do source min source max. I'm gonna have to start writing some unit tests, I think, for this attribute system. So now all the attributes got screwed up again, but that's okay. So the bounds here, maybe bittersweet, 0 and 10 maybe. I would like to do this on all of these. So 2, 4, 5, 7. Okay. Age not increasing for these. Okay, why is that? Oh, that's probably because age attribute bounds min max 1000. A little bit annoyed by the size of these as well. So at the beginning, so just in the initial frame, what do we have? Visual information. So we do create, we create one, set font size, padding, followed object, face camera, then set text. That's not good. Okay. Okay, something I would like to start looking into right now, but I maybe won't have the time to implement it today, is something called or something I refer to as partial ticks with the attribute schedulers. So it's mostly this time here. Let's clean this up a bit. Okay, so back to attribute functions. An attribute function defines how an attribute is altered, how and when it is altered. And specifically, attribute function scheduler by time, this one works like a tick. So every X seconds an attribute will be changed. So imagine that one of these gets added, and then it ticks and ticks and ticks, but then it gets removed mid-tick. So I want to take, like, how far along the tick did it come, and then I want to do, so I want to alter the attribute proportionally to that value before we remove the attribute function. It would be very nice if that could be done. Attribute function scheduler. So we have tick, so this is just a function that is called every tick. And we have setup, and we have active true and active false. We don't have that much to work with, to be honest. And here we do await task yield. Await task delay. So could I have a separate variable that holds a timestamp of the last tick, when the last tick happened, and then when we, let's see here, attribute handler, remove attribute. So this one just removes it from the list. Do we actually? No. Remove attribute at attribute function. Remove attribute function. So remove it from the list. If it was successfully removed from the list, we call attribute function stop. So this one. So we could have a variable that gets set every tick, so we know the timestamp when the tick was done. And so when we call stop, we check that one, we check the current time, we take that proportion to proportion to this one, and then pretty much want to do tick invoke, but we want to send in a variable here, a variable. And then we have to change in action as well then. So attribute function action, this is the class that actually does something to an attribute. Here we just have an attribute source reference. Yeah, this one is attribute modifier. Yeah, so it's this value then that needs to be multiplied. Okay, so this is a little bit harder to do than I initially thought. Invoke a modify value source function. But this is a special case actually. Now when I think about it. So when we call stop here, scheduler stop. But Invoke, I think I would like for this one to take a parameter, but how would that affect trigger? We don't use it. Partial tick. Invoke. The easiest way to do this would just be to add float Game Dorm, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. So just to send in a proportion float here, I suppose, which will most often be 1, but sometimes it might be less. Because the scheduler, it doesn't want to trigger a full tick, it just wants to trigger a... Ooh, actually, let's do it like this. I think... Attribute function action. Or can I do... Tick. Attribute function stop. I wonder if I could do some function here. What's up, Melon Bread VR? We're not making any creature right now. We're making an attribute system. Eventually we'll start making creatures. So I wonder if I could do something here like scheduler stop, but scheduler get progress, which returns a value between returns a value between 0 and 1, and then action dot invoke progress, something like this. So stop is called when this attribute gets removed. So successfully removed attribute function stop. And then we go attribute function, scheduler stop, and depending on what scheduler we have, this is handled differently. Event just removes listener. By time, pretty much don't do anything right now. This one is a little bit uncertain. Oh, let's see. This one doesn't do anything. Okay, so this one's set active to false and remove all listeners. By time. Okay, this sucks. Oh yeah, we want to do this. We want to do task delay, wait. We want to do a wait first, I think. Then we do a while base active invoke and then a wait. So if this one gets stopped mid tick, when it returns here before it does the tick, it's going to check if it's still active. If so, do the tick, otherwise skip it. So this one will, as soon as active is set to false, this one will stop running by itself. Instant don't really have a stop or start. Farenger's Petty Soul Gem. I'm sorry about the pronunciation, but appreciate the follow. Okay, so is this the way to go? Because then scheduler by event. Okay, can I change how this visually looks? Can I allow for more tabs here? Let's see. VS Code allow for more tabs, like rows of tabs or something. Wrapped tab layout where editor tabs. Wrap tabs. Settings wrap tabs. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, I just need to remember preferences, settings, control plus. So control, not that plus. No, control plus something else. Let's see. Okay, control. Beautiful. There we go. Okay, this is nice. So attribute function. Like, is it nice if this is handled by this one, or is it preferable if it's done? Now, I think it would be nicer if this invoke here takes an argument, so progress argument basically. Or would it? Fucking hell. I think so. So this one doesn't do anything, this one handles it. But then if we go to action, okay, so let's say that this one takes float, progress, or whatever. Diligence, humility, you are on a consistent hard worker, my friend. I try. It goes up and down. These past couple of weeks, I suppose, or actually for the full 2024, I've been pretty consistent. So that's nice. How much would I screw up if, okay, attribute function action, action modifier, trigger. I would like to have these ordered pretty much. Let's do attribute handler and attribute function down here. And then we have scheduler by time, instant, and by event. And then we have action, action trigger, and action modifier. Okay, this is nice. So if we would add a parameter here, I'm gonna have to define So let's see, scheduler. This one has a unity event, and then we add a listener. So this one takes a unity action. So not a unity action with a parameter, but a unity action, and that is what screws me up. Or is it? No, it's not. Or is it? Because then in scheduler we do scheduler by time, invoke, tick.invoke, and this tick invokes this one. which invokes this one. So basically I would have to do scheduler. This one would need to be changed to a Unity event that takes one parameter. And then when we invoke it, so here, instant, then we just invoke it with a 1. Scheduler by time, invoke, here we just invoke it with a 1. Frame based, here we just invoke it with a argument of 1. Scheduler by event, but then we're gonna have to go to value change. Or no, I think I'm overthinking it now. Might as well do or am I? Yeah, it could be done easily by, so stop, we just handle it here, to be honest. I don't know. It's literally just attribute function scheduler by time where a partial tick can happen. So it's literally only if this one gets or if active gets set to false mid tick. That's the only case where we have a sub tick, or whatever you want to call it. Partial tick might be a better word for it. That's the only case. Would love to be able to handle it in here. Because it is as easy as this if I handle it out here. So scheduler get progress, most of them will return 0. So like a no, an attribute function scheduler instant, this one will return, yeah, this one will return 0. Because it does its so-called tick, then it's done. Scheduler by event, it always waits on an event. We don't know what that event is, so this one will always return 0. This one, however, can be mid-tick, so this one will return something between 0 and 1. attribute action, so I would have to implement something like public abstract void invoke float. That's time. Percent. Invoke percent. Percentage. Or progress. Yeah, fuck yeah, progress. And then modifier needs to implement it, triggerer needs to implement it. Triggerer, however, probably won't utilize it too much. Invoke percentage. Or progress. Oops. This one is just probably invoke. Yeah, definitely gonna have to look into unit tests in Unity, because this attribute system is starting to get complicated and big, and a lot of different ways it can go, and it can work, and it can change. And testing these things manually, that's weird. But yeah, so there's no way. So triggerer, it just listens, or it waits for a invoke call. If invoke is called, it just compares basically. So it does this compare, and I don't know, but yeah, just doing a invoke should pretty much fix it for this one. We do have attribute function action modifier. Public override. So what about this one? It varies. For each attribute targets a modify function, a modify value source function. So probably want to do this, but modify value source function. So this one returns a value we will use to modify this one, basically. So it could be, this is the modify function, so this one. So either it's the value, which is defined here, so in the setup, or it's the minimum bounds, maximum bounds, local normalized value, or global normalized value. If it's like this, if it's just value, then it's basically, if it's just value here together with a attribute function scheduler by time, then it's just, if the progress is 60%, then it's just 60% of this value we want to return. However, if it's source min, source max, source normalized local, and so on, then it's a little bit of a bigger problem. I don't even know. These are a little bit weird, to be honest. Didn't know how these are going to be utilized. But this one, local normalized value. So let's say that it's 0.6. Yeah, okay. If it's these two, percentage might work well as well, I think. So it would probably be something like modify value source function. When we do progress here, we just do float progress, so progress multiplied by this one, which means that this could probably be simplified to invoke 1.0 f. And I think that's about it. Attribute function. So then we do stop scheduler get progress as well. Set up virtual setup. Start stop. Fuck it, let's do, can I do protected bool active? Can I do public float progress? Or actually public abstract progress. Can I do this? Float progress. What were these called? Property values or whatever, C#. Properties, let's see. Here we go, expression body definitions. Yeah. In abstract class C#. Yeah, that's the way you do it. Shit, I always forget. So public abstract float get like this, I think. Diligence, humility. Do you have a complete overview of the attribute system, or do you have a rough idea and making it up as you go? I definitely don't have a complete overview of it, but I have a pretty good overview of it. In my experience, this might say more about me as a software developer than anything else, but in my experience, it doesn't really matter how much you plan. You gotta keep the development flow dynamic. There always appear problems you didn't think about, or specific cases you had no idea about, and so on. So I like to go with open-ended planning, if that makes any sense. So rough outline of the whole system, how different components talk to each other and so on, and then just fucking wing it. Okay, so progress get, for instance, public override float progress. Whenever we ask for the progress of this one, it's always 0.0, I think. Yeah, because it's already done and the next tick won't ever happen, but it's at the start of the next tick. And it's the same with the function scheduled by event, actually. So I could have probably made this into whatever. And now for this one. Yeah, that's the same as me from most of my projects. Things tends to get complex when I don't have a concrete idea. But yeah. It might probably indicate partly that at least my planning ability isn't as good as I think it is. But whatever. Attribute function scheduler by time. So here I'm probably going to do something like private float last tick timestamp. When we start this one, attribute modify scheduler routine frame based last tick timestamp. Ooh. We want to change this one as well. I think this is frame based. Or actually, what would happen if it was like this? Okay, so we wait, and while we're waiting, active gets set to false. So when we get out of the wait, we invoke a tick. But this one is false. But this is frame-based ticks, so it should be invoked anyway. Might as well do it like this. Diligence, humility. I appreciate the kind words. But I like to incrementally extend it. So what we're doing now is not a rework of anything. This is more extending the current implementation. Last tick timestamp. I wouldn't really say I'm fumbling right now, though. Samsonite, have you tried Copilot? No, I have not. Heard good things about it though. Maybe someday, maybe someday. Have you? As a non-programmer, it's glorious. It is a bit janky though. I have heard a lot of good things about it. So basically, every time we do a last tick timestamp, last tick timestamp. So when we start here, we want to do last time stamp is equal to time dot time, right? The time at the beginning of this frame. And when we do a tick, we want to update it as well. So let's do private void update last tick. Actually, let's do private void tick. But then we have tick here. Ah, fuck, this is starting to become a little bit messy. Let's just keep it like this for now. But it's gonna be the same thing down here. Let's see, I tried it over 1 year ago. Yeah, I can imagine, I wonder what, so does Copilot, like, does it support every language, or which specific languages does it support. Guess it would be pretty nice to have it when learning a new language, for instance. But I don't know. Pretty much all languages, yeah. Yeah, so now we should have a last tick timestamp at least. I also want to check time unity. Scripting API time. This is the time in seconds since the start of the application, which scales and maximum delta time adjusts. The time at the beginning of this frame in milliseconds or the interval in seconds. It's probably seconds as well, right? Time.time unity seconds. Why doesn't it say? It's actually... but I want... Yeah, this is the time in seconds. Okay, thank you. Beautiful. Small observation. Copilot explained what my own code does, but didn't mention that it won't compile. Okay. You can just type this function creates and you get the code for that and then come. Dude, nice. Yeah, someday I want to try all of these new cool tools out. Just haven't gotten around to it, you know. Yeah, so what I want to override now is stop here. No, never mind. What I want to override now is public override progress. And what I want to return here is time.time minus last tick timestamp divided by delta time. Hell yeah. And in attribute function then, float progress, fuck it, let's just go action invoke scheduler get progress, but progress. Yes. So unfortunately what sucks with this is when we do stop, we're gonna get action invoke on scheduler progress on a lot. This is why I didn't want to do it this way. Maybe. Because now we're gonna get a lot of... So even though we don't need to call invoke with progress for scheduler by event or scheduler by instant, we're gonna do it anyway, but we're just gonna send in a 0, and that's not good. Yeah, the best way to do this is to change or to extend invoke to take progress. Definitely. Unity event that takes one parameter. Yeah, I don't care about inspector. Yeah, so it's this one. Gonna have to do something like this. Can't you actually do, I think that's weird, protected unity event float. Can I do this? But take 2. Yeah, this should be possible. So let's just do this from the get-go. Like this. 1.0. Invoke 1.0, 1.0. Yeah. Is this the problem? Value change, add listener. Yeah, this one sucks. Could hack this one to be what is it? Something like this. suppose. But then remove listener. We do want to remove the same one. So might as well do Now when I think about it, let's see. Do I need a reference to this one here? Tick. Tick, tick, tick. Tick. Nah, fuck it. Let's just do function scheduler. Protected. Protected void trigger, maybe. And protected void trigger. Trigger partly. Let's call it trigger partly for now. And here it's just tick.invoke yeah. And then I'm just going to use this one. The best way, or the best thing would also be to make, so first of all this one private, would be to make this one private as well. But okay, so now we can do I want to do virtual here as well, I think. So instead of tick invoke, we do base.trigger. And here we do private override base.trigger, but also last tick timestamp is equal to time actually back here. Let's do trigger await task yield, trigger, base trigger, and last tick timestamp. And here then we could just do base start value change add listener. Instead of this ugly, we could do trigger. Okay. Do we still have any error here? No, I don't think so. And then we can actually remove progress. Don't need that one anymore. This one we're going to utilize, so I'm just going to wait with that one. Why do I have an issue here? Anyway. So in this one, by time, we want to override stop as well. So active is equal to false, remove all listeners. Stop. Public override void stop. If it gets stopped, we want to do base stop, but we also want to do trigger with the progress. So I think I'm going to keep this one, but yeah. Or actually trigger, what was it, partly progress. It's a little bit of a mess, if I'm gonna be honest here. Start, stop, trigger partly. It can be cleaned up a tiny bit if this one is just set to, if we just remove this one and create a function for this one. Then I guess it makes a little bit more sense. True, false. Unity action float. Yeah, so I wonder, a better option would probably be to do Unity action float. But then attribute function, this is a pretty worthless one right now. We do have setup here, though. Might do a small rework next week, actually. I'm gonna have to think about it. Yeah, and this is gonna solve this issue as well. Yes. But for now, let's do start. Let's do it like this. And then we do, just remove that one. Oh yeah. So private tick, that's beautiful. This is a pretty worthless class right now, but it's okay. Okay, but this means that a partial tick should be possible. Gonna have to write a test for this one though. But it's a start. Could I test this real easy? Or could I test this easily in the editor? If I... How can I test this? That reloading assemblies every time you change code. Don't you like it? How can I try this one? Let's see here. With my current arsenal, is there some way for me to easily test this one? Fuck it, let's just do a quick script. Test consumable. thought it was these attribute instances, attribute functions. And I want to do serialize field, private, attribute function, test function. Let's do it like this. Attribute test function, return it here. Start. Oh yeah, I want this one to be and okay, so let's see, this one has an attribute and we're gonna have an attribute test function that decreases that attribute by 1 every second, and then I want to do attribute handler and yield return wait 4 seconds 2.5. and then attribute handler dot remove attribute function, attribute test function, okay. Attribute handler, test attribute. Let's just go with energy, a value of 10, 0 and 10. Attribute test function, scheduler by time, 1. So once every second, modify it. So modify age, modify age by subtraction, so 1 default. Okay, so every second remove 1 from energy, and we're gonna let this continue for 2.5 seconds. Then we're going to remove the attribute test function. So in the end, this one should be 7.5 energy left, right? If everything works. Let's see. Okay, that is not good. Wait 1 sec, I need to check that again. What the? Okay, so this, it's probably... I have no idea. here. Okay, so visual information. Test consumable visual information. So for some reason, the visual information of this test object gets extremely big. Scale. Create with default visuals. So if this one is 0, do we get some errors here then? Maybe. So might as well, if new text is empty, or what is it? Check if string is empty. C#. Could check length, but is null or empty. Ah, beautiful. System. Okay, so if okay, let's see if this problem is still here after doing this. That's very weird. Let's pause it. Let's see here. Test consumable. Visible information doesn't seem to work right, but test consumable. What? Oh, it's actually sphere I added it to. Okay, that's not good. Which sphere? The empty one here. Damn it. Let's just do test attributes, test consumable, remove component. Energy value 10, 0 and 10. Scheduler by time 1. I don't care about source. Energy subtraction 1. Okay. Okay, it stops. But .1. Okay, it doesn't entirely work as I would like it to. That's unfortunate. We do get, so it's like it finishes one additional tick. So let's see here what exactly is happening. Trigger partly, progress, time minus last tick timestamp, delta time. Progress. Beep love, appreciate the kind words. So I don't understand shit about game development, but I just watch your streams sometimes. It's kind of relaxing. Love it, thank you. Maybe we'll pick something up along the way, we'll see. Yeah, trigger partly here doesn't really do it. I want to do, let's see here, trigger partly, invoke progress, attribute function action, invoke. So it's this one we're working with, right? Fuck it, let's do a debug log progress. Gonna get a lot of these, so let's go ahead and disable these at least. We actually never get a partly trigger. I also want to call trigger partly, here we go. 0.32. Trigger partly 0.22. Weird value, to be honest. Test attribute 20. Attribute function 28. Scheduler stop. Scheduler by time 32. So trigger partly. Progress. The progress though. I want to try trigger partly. Yeah, it's like this one triggers, or this one doesn't get triggered with anything other than progress at 1. Which is kind of weird. Tick invoke. I think we can do without this one, right? But actually we need... Okay, let's do character, so it's the energy here. Just gonna disable this one for now, I think. Or no, not that one, but this one. Yeah, it's pretty much like we get an invoke of 1, but progress here. No. Float. I wonder if the problem is, let's take a look here. This one here. Unity event. T0, one argument version of Unity event. If you wish to use a generic Unity event type, you must override a class type. Let's just try this real quick, I think. If this is the cause of it. Okay, so it's not that. That's nice to know. I wonder what it is though. So we get attribute handler. Attribute function actions. And let's also do, what do we have? Trigger partly. Okay, what might be the cause for this? So trigger partly is called in scheduler by time. Ram Kumar SPS, what's up? How are you doing today? So this one, let's see here. This one is called trigger partly. But this one is never called. Ooh, I know. And this sucks. Base stop trigger partly. Base attribute function scheduler stop. Active is equal to false. Remove all listeners. So remove all listeners and then we invoke event. That's not good. So I want to do trigger partly and then base stop. Okay, so that's partial tick. Trigger partly 0.26. Yeah, you can't always get perfect, but what did I specify? 2.5, right? 2.5. So it's been waiting. Yeah, that's good, but this is let's see here, one sec. Test routine. So it goes, why are we down at 6? Test consumable. So it should subtract 1 every second. And we just sleep for 2.5 seconds here. So it should be 9, 8, and then a partly. Right. Or actually, should it be even less? No, it should be that. Let's see here. Ram Kumar. Been following your works for a while. I'm working on creating a shader which can render edges. The edges should be rendered for only hard edges, and I'm trying to achieve this shader for VR. So when you're saying can render edges, are you talking about like similar to outlines, or what exactly are you talking about? But that sounds like a fun project. Okay, so now to the next question here. Why the hell does this system tick 1 extra time? Because that's basically what it does. We have 1 tick too many. So first wait 1 second, then trigger. Wait 1 second, then trigger. Then wait one second, but then we should do a It can't be off by 1 second, right? Nah, that's too much. It's like outlines, but not a silhouette. If there's a cube I want to render... Yeah, exactly. So that's like similar to the outlines I've made, right? Isn't it? Yeah, I get you. That's something similar to my outline shader, isn't it? Fucking hell, why do I get 3 triggers here? And also, let's see. And we never get... Okay, this is not good. Okay, this is not good at all. I wonder if the task just seems to be going. Doesn't make any sense. But here we have trigger partly, but it's like it triggers 1 extra time. And then we have this. What the hell is going on? What's up, Odie? I'm just working on getting my partly tick in place. So if an attribute modifier or attribute function is removed mid-tick, it will do a part tick, so to speak. For instance, like if the character is running, maybe it will drain 10 energy per second, and we will update it each second. But then if the player stops running in the middle of 1 second, then we still want to remove that amount of energy that was left for that tick, so to speak. But it seems like I've messed things up quite a bit. So this one baffles me. So we pretty much have it keeps running even though it's not active, and that's extremely weird. I wonder if it has something to do with tasks here. No, this is weird. Do I have something that is on validate? Let's see here. Attribute instance. On validate set bounds. Shouldn't be calling progress in any way. Attribute modify scheduler routine delta time based. Move next. Hey, this one is old. This one is old. Okay, now it stopped. That's good. But then it keeps going again. Because here we have attribute function scheduler by time, attribute modifier scheduler routine delta time based. Move next. Six. While base active. Is this a problem if it's done this way? This is so fucking weird. One sec, I just need to try to restart this. Very interested what might be the cause of this. Okay, this might actually be a problem with the how a sync work here, that we never really stop with these, I suppose. Let's see here. Unity C# task doesn't stop when exiting play mode. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. It's very interesting. Mm-hmm. Fuck, wish it was for my version as well. Ooh. This would be extremely nice. This is exactly what I need. So then I wonder if, like, am I getting the wrong calculations? So it was a little bit of a problem that my test consumable here, it didn't stop at 7.5, but actually on 6.5. I wonder if it was a tick left over from the previous run. It's fucking weird. Energy 10, 9, 7.5. Okay, so the partial tick works. It's just this problem with threads. Makes sense. It's just I really relied on Unity to handle this. So in 22.2, application exit cancellation token can be used. So I guess the idea is to, when we do something like this delay, you send in the cancellation token. And Unity sets this one to, or triggers this one when we exit play mode, or when the application exits. So that will work if I just update the project to a newer version, which I'm planning on to do, but it won't work for me now. So let's see. So this solution, no. So this one On application quit. .1.2 async, limitation of async and await tasks. Editor application play mode state changed. Okay. So could do, let's see here, could do yeah, basically want to create a game controller singleton and do something like this, and then but on application quit, let's see, Unity on application quit, in editor Unicode system. So right now in development I could probably use this one for my threading. So create a game controller singleton, gonna need one anyway, and do this basically. So let's see here. Let's just have a folder singletons for now. Game controller. And here I also want, let's go private. Like to be explicit. So basically private void on application. Don't I have this? Thank you. Pleased Skin, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, so on application quit, I want to handle this pretty much. But in awake here, don't destroy and load, then we want to fix this. Public. System threading. Cancellation token source. Red cancel token, maybe. And then we do token source.cancel. So what I want to do is thread cancel token.cancel. Let's see if this works. So in scheduler by time, not a big fan. So when we call yield though, I'm not sure about this one. This should be okay. But for this one, let's do fix it like this first. Okay. So we delay it, but then we also want to send in a token, thread cancel token. But okay, so if it's token I'm sending in with a big T, let's rename this variable because that doesn't look good. It's a cancellation token source. Cancellation token source. Okay, like this, and then we do the similar call here. And that should hopefully stop the threads when exit play mode. And I'm gonna add some notes to that as well, because in future versions oh yeah, object not set to an instance. Oh yeah. Actually, let's prompt an error if game controller is not set. I wonder if I could just create it here if it's not set. So if we try to get this without it with it being null, just fucking instantiate a game object and slap a game controller on it. Yeah, maybe that would be better, but let's see. Okay, so we tick, and so on. And if I exit, we get an error at least. A task was cancelled. Task cancelled exception. But I mean, this is exactly what I want to happen. Cancel. On application quit. And it runs on the editor only. Play mode state changed. Oh yeah. Let's try this one instead. But then I'm gonna do it as a well, let's see if it goes. Aha, okay. If state is equal to exiting. Which one? Probably. Let's see if we get the same error. Okay, nothing about this. This is extremely frustrating. Let's see. Check if Unity is in edit mode. Application is. Because I guess one could also do something like, let's remove this token for now and just do, so these are the threads that are running and I want to quit these. So if it gets exit while in here, this one keeps being active. So I wonder, this is not the best code maybe, but and application dot is playing. And in the future, I would love to use this one instead when I've updated my project. Okay, yeah, this is a much nicer feature. So unfortunately, it's going to do. So let's say, so I exit play mode. This one is still running, and then it enters play mode again after this one. So it goes back here. Check. This one is still true for some reason. I have no idea. but application is playing is false, so it just stops, exit methods, and we're done. Okay, nice. So, let me just add the note as well. This one, 2022.2. Note, use instead of application. Project upgrade. Okay, so that's nice. Okay, so a partial tick can occur now and will be able to occur. So let's see. Hopefully this works. Even with more of these. Test consumable as well. And let's just fucking... .72. Yeah, that's what bothers me as well. Yeah, so it seems like it takes 3 times before the partial tick for some reason. It's actually more like it's... Something seems to be a tiny bit off. So 6. Oh, actually, let's see. Attribute function, stop, scheduler, stop. No. Action setup. It's like I'm trying to figure out if attribute function scheduler by time, if the partial tick, like if this one keeps going after the application is closed, that I know, but like test attribute, test routine, 2.5 seconds. It's like it's pretty much like it instantly ticks, right? So let's see. Yeah, for some reason we get these big. Need to fix that as well. But test consumable attribute. So it's already 9. It's like it triggers instantly, and I wonder if that's because of the threads. So it triggers once, and I wonder if that's because of the threads. Because previously when we created a new object and tried the partial system, it actually worked. Okay, so for instance, if I do this, let's see, let's close this one down. Hopefully it's processes with it, so the threads as well. Let's open it up again and see if it works, because I'm pretty certain that it's the threading, and hopefully it will be fixed. Or hopefully, let's see here. This one takes care of it. Just wonder when I'm going to upgrade. Maybe soon. So let's see. Not still. Seven. Incredibly frustrating. 8, 7. So it triggers once instantly. Fucking instantly. And that's the problem. Why? Progress 1. So that one is called here. Let's see, modify scheduler by time. Delta times equal to 0. Base start. Pranesa, what's up? How are you doing? Okay, so it's not start. Then we call this one. And we wait. But it just doesn't seem like it waits, right? Trigger partly. Was it instantly done? 1 second. No, fuck that. Let's see. How the fuck can it be so quick? 10 seconds then. Actually, times delta time. No way. Actually 10. Okay, so 10 seconds before the first tick. Oh, see, trigger partly actually works. So after 2.5 seconds we remove the attribute modifier or attribute function, and it removes roughly 2.5. So that's beautiful. And I think, let's see here, I want to see await one done. I want to see debug .log delta time. And I want to see delta time here as well. Actually, I want to see delta time before we instantiate the weights. Delta time 1, but why doesn't it wait 1 second? It's like... fucking hell. Let's see. Before weight 1. After weight 1. Before weight 0, after 0.28. Yeah, so it's just a little bit off in the beginning. And that's why we get the initial... although I wonder if it's just left from the last play round. Maybe. Yeah, that sucks. Feels good to be... Okay, but let's see here. So, created the cherries, extended the game object spawner, improved the leaves of the fruits, and then implemented partial ticks. Extremely nice. But now it's time for me to quit for today and enjoy my weekend. So I will be back next week doing roughly the similar stuff, and hopefully I will see you then. So have a great weekend. Peace.